Good morning. Welcome to the September 22nd, 2025 regular council meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. A couple of things I want to talk about just before we get started. First of all, I want to acknowledge the two members of council who aren't running again in the next election, Bill Elliott and Gabrielle Blatz. And I want to thank them both for the hard work that they put in for this term and throughout their career on council. Excuse me. And I'll start with Gabrielle Blatz, who started with us in 2019 in a by-election, and then in 2021 being successful in that. And some of the work that you've done here in the community and your contribution, especially with the Miracle Forest and seeing that through the edible forest we have in Montgomery Park, thank you. And just your willingness to be a part of the community, what you bring to the table, always being prepared, asking very thoughtful questions, and I just want to thank you for all of the work that you've done with the City of Wetaskiwin. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Elliott, who is former mayor as well. He started in 1986, so 39 years ago, and ran for 10 terms. He had taken 2 terms off while he was working at the school as a principal, and then again after he concluded his time as mayor. So serving 32 years. See, Councillor Elliott wasn't my math teacher, otherwise I would have gotten that. Councillor Elliott served 32 years with the City of Wetaskiwin, and that being said, when he didn't run in 2017, it didn't mean that he retired, because he still chaired a number of committees within the community, continued to work to make Wetaskiwin a better place, and has always had Wetaskiwin in his heart. So on behalf of the city, I want to thank you for all of your service and time, and how you've made Wetaskiwin such an incredible place to live, work, and play. All right, let's get to work. We're going to start off with open microphone. We've got Kayla Comet with the Wetaskiwin Citizens on Patrol registered for our open microphone. So if you'd like to take the seat there. Karen, is the mic on?
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to come and do an update before the elections. I know it's been a little while since we had got our funding, so I just wanted to provide an update. So initial funding and current balance, the City of Wetaskiwin approved the funding request in December 2023 for $1,835 to cover estimated startup costs. As of September 20th, the bank account balance is $380.51 from that funding. Documented expenses between January and March 2024, the group incurred $1,417.44, expenses for insurance, web services, and supplies, and patrol equipment. Our monthly bank account fee is $1.95 times 19 months to make up the remaining. Equipment and supplies purchased. The current equipment inventory consists of 4 patrol bags, each containing a duffel bag, 2 branded reflective safety vests, a dash cam SD card, portable battery backup, first aid kit with a breathing barrier, 2 glow stick traffic wands, 2 whistles, nitrile gloves, 2 rain ponchos, 2 hand sanitizers, a notebook, patrol logbook, emergency roadside kit, and a naloxone kit. In addition to those items, patrol resources and community awareness pamphlets and information. Amazon donated approximately 30 safety vests, saving the budgeted cost to purchase, and Wetaskiwin Family Pharmacy resourced a gracious supply of naloxone kits for our members who also received training. Patrol findings, successes, and partnerships. We have established a data-driven patrol strategy, utilizing crime maps, community member volunteer intelligence, news, media, etc., to enhance community safety. While this intelligence is used to focus on identified hotspots, it's important to note that our volunteers cover the entire city. Strategic impact and deterrence. Our consistent patrol presence serves as a crucial deterrent, helping to maintain criminal activity and contributing to a marked decrease in overt crime within our primary patrol zones. Sorry, my mouth is like really dry. Through diligent observation and detailed reporting, we've reported actionable intelligence to agencies such as RCMP, Bylaw, SCAN, and Crime Stoppers, which has directly contributed to the successful prompt actions being taken on multiple properties and individuals. Our key successes and observations: crime displacement. Following successful interventions, patrol events increased from 16 in July to 35 in August. So it reflects a successful displacement of the crime from concentrated houses to more public areas with an overall, rather than an overall increase. Significant events. Patrols discovered a fire behind Walmart in August, which was not yet reported, resulting in the dispatch of Wetaskiwin Fire Department, and another fire in the same location observed in September, confirming the high risk associated with the transient activity in the commercial zone. Emerging hotspot. As a result of disruption in other areas, a concentration of drug-related activity has been identified in the central downtown core and will continue to be monitored and tracked. During a September patrol, Wetaskiwin's volunteers recorded in excess of 15 events over almost 5 hours during a single patrol. This resulted in at least 4 direct calls for service to Bylaw and RCMP, and a formal report has been sent to RCMP to follow up on the remaining items. Community resources and volunteer recruitment. We are focusing on acquiring and developing resources for our community members to enhance safety and engagement. We now have business patrol signage, which was graciously donated by Taylor Printing, along with volunteer handouts for use at community events where you might have spotted us at the Welcoming Week Market. We're in the process of redeveloping our website, which we strive to deliver exceptional customized online tools to help residents utilize effective reporting measures, access resources, and education to strengthen Wetaskiwin's community safety. We recently acquired an excellent variation of crime prevention resources to help educate the public, which are available by paper copy and will also be made available online once the new website domain is activated. We're actively developing community programs to work with residents and businesses. This important work cannot be done without our dedicated community members. We're actively seeking members. It's a minimum of 2 hours per month, and patrols are done in pairs with approved members. No set schedule, just grabbing a coffee and going for a drive. All members are required to attend a COPA training, submit a new application, criminal record check will be conducted at no cost to the volunteer. They will be interviewed and approved by the executive board and the RCMP liaison. Our success is built on partnership, and our most important partner is the community. If you're having issues in your area, we encourage you to report them, whether or not you choose to remain anonymous. Crime Stoppers is an amazing tool. It is confidential, and depending on the severity of the incident, sometimes it goes to dispatch right away. We attended the 2025 ACOPA annual general membership meeting, which was held in Redwater in September 2025, in which 2 of our members completed advanced training. I wish to formally acknowledge Constable Daniel Schwartz, who is our RCMP liaison, for his unwavering commitment, invaluable guidance, and supportive partnership with Wetaskiwin Citizens on Patrol, Alberta Citizens on Patrol, RCMP, and our community. His dedication and efforts to overcome administrative hurdles have been instrumental to our success, and his contributions are truly irreplaceable. The name Wetaskiwin stands for the hills where peace was made, or Hills of Peace. Peace cannot be achieved without exercising one's right to hold it. It's our individual lawful right to peaceful enjoyment, so let's use it. The only person you have to be accountable to is yourself. City Council, RCMP, and even security systems and cameras don't begin to compare to the crucial information that we all see, hear, and experience. We expect more for all of you, and you should too. Confidentially, contact us if you need any resources or have any questions. Our email is contact@wacopa.info. And thank you so much for your guys' ongoing support and faith in trying to make Wetaskiwin a better place.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the report and getting a chance to talk to you during the street market a week and a half ago. So thank you for all the work that you and your volunteers are doing, and I appreciate you coming and presenting at what's going on with Citizens on Patrol.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, jeepers creepers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your doing this. It's very nice. No wonder he never recognizes you, Gabby. He can't see you. He's got this covering up your face. I know. But thank you very much for this I may be a little rusty because I haven't done this for 8 years. I was thinking about that last night as I was still up at 4 o'clock this morning. Anyway, it's nice to be with all of you on this, our last day. If I make a mistake, please, Jessica, if I forget to ask for a motion. Pardon me? Okay. All right, item 3 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to add to closed session under section 24, advice for officials.
Advice for officials?
Please.
Okay. Adding that as item number 4 in the closed session. Does any, oops, yes, City Manager?
Thank you to the chair. Administration would also like to add 5010 42 Avenue tax write-off to new business.
5010 40th Avenue,
42 Avenue.
42. Okay. Anybody else? On the first one, all in favor? Motion's carried. On the second one, all in favor? Carried. Now we need a motion as amended, correct?
I'll approve the agenda as amended, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. On to adoption of the minutes. Councillor Aberley? Thank you. Okay. Any errors or omissions? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Under consent agenda, does anybody wish to pull anything from the consent agenda? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I wish to pull item 10.3, Housing Needs Assessment Update, please.
Okay. Anybody else want to pull anything? Wow. Okay. Then could I have a motion, please, to accept the consent agenda? Councillor Blatz moves that we accept the consent agenda as presented, as amended. Ready for the question? Those in favor? The motion's carried. Thank you. So we didn't pull 6.1? Is that correct? So we're down to committee of the whole already? Is that right? Pardon me?
10.1 is the first one that is not on consent agenda.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. .1 is the 2026-27 Municipal Internship application. Who's presenting?
Good morning.
Morning, Jacqueline.
Good morning, City Council. Administration is before Council today to request approval to apply to be a host for the 2026-27 Municipal Internship Program. This is a program that is offered by the Province of Alberta through the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, the ACP grant. Currently, we are only asking for Council's approval to apply to be a host. There is no commitment to actual expenditure of any funds at this point. A little bit of background on the internship program. The internship would welcome a recent grad to support all departments through the administrative stream. We do anticipate that we would utilize this intern to support strategic projects, such as projects in the corporate business plan. Currently, the province is still finalizing the ACP grant amount for the internship for the discussed years. So at this time, the applications are not open. Administration is before council today because we are unsure of the timeline, and should this fall during the break between now and the election, we want to make sure we can move and submit that application. In the past, the intern has cost the city between $10,000 and $15,000 out of pocket, just because of how much the ACP grant does cover. This amount would come forward in the OBC once we actually know the grant amount for the upcoming year. And I would be pleased to take any questions from council.
Councillor Billingsley,
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, just for clarification,
do you want to make a motion first?
no, I want to, the two recommended motions, I'm a little unclear. Are you looking for both of these to go forward, or, in other words, like the first one talks about the application? So, and then do you want that done as well as the budgetary?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is correct. The motions are separate. Should council decide to direct administration to use, for example, attrition dollars, that is something that could be done as well. But both motions would need to be made. So the first to direct the city to make the application, and the second would be to essentially fund the position. The reason that we have structured it in such a way is that the OBC allows a secondary approval step, if you will. So at the point of the OBC, should council not approve that, then the city would not host the intern.
Councillor
Then
Billingsley.
I will make the first motion. I move that City Council directs administration to submit an application for the municipal intern program in the administrator stream for 2026, 2027.
Thank you. Discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Jacqueline, even though I won't be looking at you. So in the document, it talks about this position would contribute to key initiatives aligned with city's strategic plan. So obviously you've identified where this person would be working, and so what kind of key initiatives have been identified for this person?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, some of the ones off the top of my head would be the automation of existing processes project. That one is going to need a fair amount of heavy lifting just because of some of the technology involved. That said, it can also depend on the intern that comes in. So say we get an intern who, has certain past experience in community initiatives, we might lean them a little bit more towards those kinds of projects, but we are looking at any outstanding projects in the corporate business plan that we would have them support.
Thank you. So how would you address these key initiatives without this position?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would just proceed as we are right now with current resources. The addition of the intern would not make or break the success or the delivery of these projects.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen, or Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm struggling a little bit with some of the answers. In the operating case going forward, if that motion is made, is it going to actually talk about the things that Councillor Nielsen was asking about, the roles? Because at this point, it's not very clearly defined to us exactly what we're approving.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, at this point in time, all that's before council is directing administration to apply to be a host, and then directing administration to bring forward an OBC. So at the time that the OBC is brought forward, there will be more details. Currently, we're just looking to have direction to put an application in. There's no commitment to any dollars flowing out.
So I guess my concern is that we talk about chasing grants and then making them fit, as opposed to identifying what you need and then chasing the grant. In my opinion, we're doing this backwards. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Haberly?
Thank you. I'm going to forget your last name. Councillor Elliott, it's going to be one of those days. Through the chair to Jacqueline, am I correct in the understanding that you suspect that the grant application may come and be gone before October, well, and it wouldn't even be October 20th, before the organizational, the new council's organizational meeting?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, that is correct. We are not sure at this point when the province is going to open it. In my previous conversations, they had first anticipated it would open in the summer, and then summer's now gone, and we still have not heard anything from them, so this is just to ensure that we don't miss that.
And a minor follow-up to that, because I think I understand and I support the making sure that we have our ducks in a row, that we can apply if we choose to apply it. So that was how I was, if we choose to apply for said grant, making sure that we have the motions we need to, because we're almost a month away without council meeting, that, or it could even be longer. So I appreciate that, and I will vote in favor of it with the understanding that no money is being committed, and that will be for the next council to decide with the kind of information we would expect to see.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, did we ever have a municipal intern, or would this be the first time? Because I remember there being a municipal intern.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, it has been 10 years since I was a municipal intern.
Oh, cool.
And we do currently have another staff member who was an intern through the planner stream.
Okay, perfect. And was it through this program that you were a municipal intern?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, that is correct.
Okay, perfect.
And-
I will be supporting this as well, with the understanding that this will be going to the next council to decide. I think that making sure that we are doing everything that we can to see if we can get a program like this again would be great, because as we see with Jackie that is now here, these are really great programs for students to understand what goes into being in municipal government, that this is a really great option for them, and that there's not just provincial government that you can work in. And we have a very unique city hall that I know would be great to showcase to students, and so I will be supporting this.
I'm just going to ask one question, Councillor Nielsen. Was Cheyenne Saddleback the last one that was Cheyenne an intern?
Through the chair to council, Cheyenne was through a different program.
Oh, okay.
She was an intern, but through a different school.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I read another agenda item related to people and department. And in that, it talked about onboarding individuals and the cost of onboarding individuals and training them and getting them ready for work. Were those costs identified in the $15,000 you're talking about, or are those add-on costs after the fact?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the cost of onboarding is not necessarily dollars going out, it's staff time. The $10,000 to $15,000 that I did previously say, that does not include that. That's for salary.
Thank you. And where is the trade-off? Like, where's the tipping point in the time you take to onboard an individual and get them up to speed versus what they're saving the organization in terms of someone within that department in that organization is taking time away from their duties to onboard somebody so they can save us time after the fact? Does that make sense? I'll reword it. If we are using people to onboard this intern to get them so they're at the point where they can provide beneficial services to that department, are they better off simply taking that onboarding time and applying it to their own work to get work done?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the intern program, especially in the administration stream, will work through the entire organization, whereas onboarding happens with specific people. So people and culture, the supervisor, so it's spread out over a number of different individuals, and those individuals wouldn't necessarily be doing the work that's going citywide. So I do still think it's a valid investment, and we can maximize some of the onboarding opportunities. So if someone else has come on in another department, we're doing health and safety orientation together. So it's not just dedicated to this one position. I think they're different, and it's hard to just correlate time given to time taken because those people wouldn't be working on the initiatives this intern would. Does that answer your question?
Possibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bronco?
Thank you. Chair to Jacqueline. How long is this intern stay? 1 year intern?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, that is correct. So the way the ACP grant works is that the application is for the first year. Should the municipality desire to have a second year and have funding for a second year, then the municipality can apply for a second year, but we are only seeking for 1 year at this time.
And these grant applications, when do they apply? Like, I know we've always had, I was here when you got your intern. Is this, like every year there's an intern grant available, I believe. And it's a program the government, federal or provincial. Do they come at the same time every year? When was the last, does it come after their municipal, or not municipal, but I mean provincial, federal budgets are passed? Because that has a lot to say if they have money to pay for these interns or not. Mm-hmm. So are we applying, obviously they need to know, because it may expire. It's on. Oh, talking to it. Okay, I can't see that far. I gotta put my glasses. So every year the grant comes out at the same time, the end of September, the beginning of October.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, that is correct.
Thank you.
And the number of interns that we have had in the past years, I don't know if anybody has a total, but we've had a number of interns who went through the program and then became part of our municipality or the county. And so do you know how many? Because I just remember there were some from the county as well. And I mean, I'm going back to Ian McLean, right? And Ian went through the internship program and was with us a long time. So we've had a number of interns go through who've returned to work in the city of Wetaskiwin and or the county of Wetaskiwin.
Through the chair to council, we have. I know in my almost 9 years here, I believe we've had half a dozen, some in finance, some in administration, so, and of course some in planning and development. Yeah.
Right, okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, Jackie. In the application process, do we highlight what we envision our needs to be in terms of potential skill set? Or are we just applying for an individual coming out of a university program or a college program to come into the organization?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, what the city must demonstrate is that we can provide an environment to grow and nurture this person. That is one of the big aims of the program. And in discussing with the province, the fact that we have an intern alumni at the city does give us an advantage, having gone through the program, well, multiple intern alumni having gone through the program. The province does want the interns to gain certain skills. They want them to essentially thrive once they exit the internship and enter a permanent municipal position. So we do need to demonstrate that within the application. And part of the way we do that is through highlighting some of the projects we would like them to work on.
Thank you. And in the process then, do we actually interview or are we assigned an intern?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we do interview interns, and from my experience, some applicants may be very new grads who perhaps don't have as much work experience. There are also interns who are changing careers and they're quite far along in their career path, so it really depends who applies for the city.
Thank you. And my last question then is, in the event we had an intern that simply wasn't working out, is there an exit ramp for the city?
Those cases are rare, but the province does work with municipalities in instances where the internship host relationship is not working out, and the province will often work to reassign the intern. So while rare, that does happen, and the province does assist with that process.
Thank you.
Anything further? So sorry, Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, the chair through Jacqueline. So this intern is going to help all departments. What benefit is it to all departments if they're not actually, let's go say finance, if we need somebody to be there for 2-3 months and help finance, or she's just going to know the principle to go from one here, financing, maybe to engineering, maybe to administration, to learn the knickknacks of politics. Is there a success to our operation, because we're also taking time from the instructor to teach, and which is because you're going to teach at something, you're going to teach the intern and not actually be here to be used the knowledge. So we're given the knowledge and the time, then she goes to a different department. So is there profitability to that department for having that intern other than just to teach?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, typically how it works, some municipalities do structure their internships in time blocks with this department and then the next. The way that the city has previously done it, and I can also speak to how my internship happened, is that projects were assigned as they came up. So an intern could be working with bylaw on the development of different enforcement standards, while at the same time that they're working on a municipal election. So it really depends on need. The other piece is that interns will also learn from each other and from the province. The province will also do structured education sessions with the intern, so the burden is not necessarily solely on the host municipality.
Thank you.
Can I just add a little bit to that, Councillor Bronco, through the chair? The some of the projects that we've been thinking about are the corporate business plans projects. And so if we have citywide processes that affect everyone, the person doesn't necessarily need to be a subject matter expert in any one area. They're going and saying, okay, if we're processing credit cards, this is how we do it. You know, explain to me what you use, how you use credit cards, and they're just gathering information from the departments and then reporting back to the team on how best to develop a process. So they don't really need to be a subject matter expert in any one area.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to council, and it's sort of a rhetorical question that I think most of us have worked in professions where we have what would be an intern or a summer student or a apprentice coming in, and the value that we have to take for that time through training helps us make those projects, even though the projects may, as Jacqueline said, the internship may not make or break them. They do help with efficiencies, they do help speed them up, they do help to reduce overall workloads. So I appreciate the questioning 100%, and we need to always look at costs. When I look at grants like this, I see the value of cost savings in making our programs more efficient. And I didn't exist as a council member when Jacqueline was here, but she was noticeable to me as a community member, and I know the great work that Elizabeth behind us did in helping us get that work done, and was grateful for them. And so when I see this, I see more stars coming to work for this community. Thank you.
And the motion is for an operating business case at this point in time, correct? Did you have your hand up?
No,
Okay.
just to submit the application for
Right.
the intern.
To submit an application for an operating business case.
No, there's two separate motions.
I know, but this one says administration to bring forward an operating business case.
Yeah, but the one before that is the motion on the floor.
Oh, well, see, my computer went down too fast. Okay. Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Sorry, now what's? Councillor Aberley?
I move that City Council directs administration to bring forward an operating business case for a municipal intern for the 2026 operating budget.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping me on track. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen,
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion.
go ahead.
I'd like to see added to that motion outlining the key areas of responsibility that the individual will be working in.
That wouldn't be in the business case?
I'm just trying to ensure that it is.
Okay. So could you repeat that, please, for Jessica?
No. Including the key initiatives the intern will be working in, intended to be working in.
To the amendment, Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, through the chair. I won't be supporting the amendment, just due to the fact that I feel like that's getting in the weeds and that that's not governance. So I don't feel like that's our role to determine what the municipal intern does. I think that's a part of administration's role. Thank you.
I would counter that if I may.
You may.
I would suggest I'm simply looking for information to support or not support a business case.
Anybody else to the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? The motion is carried. The motion as amended, any further discussion? Councillor Billingsley?
Now on the original motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess discussion amongst ourselves. No, I guess this question will actually be to administration. Are we looking to have this brought back every year as opposed to one-offs? And the reason I'm asking that is where the funding would come from, whether it's taxation or attrition, because if it's going to be every year, then it would be taxation. If it's a one-off, then the funding source would potentially change. I'd just like to know what the plan is going forward.
Through the Chair to Councillor Billingsley, at this time, it's only a one-time request. We have no intent of having this year over year.
And so to follow up then, within this business case, the funding source would be identified as being a, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question for the motion as amended? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Item 10.2, franchise fee agreements. The electricity franchise fee.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Annually, Council gets the opportunity to review the franchise fee agreement rate with Fortis. This is for the electricity utilities franchise fee. Our current rate is 18%, and the estimated revenue for 2026 at 18% is $1,827,595. The maximum rate allowable is 20%, as set by the Alberta Utilities Commission. I have provided in Council's package a copy of the comparable rates charged by other municipalities as of 2025. As noted, Council has the option of reducing or increasing the franchise fee agreement rate. I've provided some sample impact on revenues of certain percentages in the council package. If Council chooses to reduce the franchise fee to 17%, the revenue would be $1.7 million in 2026, which would be a decrease of about $62,000. At 18.5% increase, which would be a 0.5% increase to the franchise fee agreement rate, the estimated revenue would be $1.9 million, which would be an increase of $92,000 in revenue. I'm also able to compute any other rates that Council might want to check up to the maximum allowable of 20%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Gandam?
I move that Council directs administration to initiate the process to change the Fortis electricity utility franchise agreement rate to 17% for 2026. So that'd be a decrease of 1%.
Do you want to speak further to that?
Nope.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair, I had asked to have an actual table of what these decreases are. Do we have that can be sent so that I can actually see what was there? Because I did not receive any information on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I need to know what rates you want to see on the table. I can give the numbers right here in Council right now.
In my email, I had asked for the same table on the increases to decreases.
So essentially going as far down as 15%?
Correct.
I could have that to you right now.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Hayliott, just give me 2 seconds.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Just wait, Councillor Bronco. So, Sue, just while we're while we're waiting, an increase of 0.5% equates to $92,000. So would that equate the same way going down?
Through the chair to Councillor Hayliott, sorry, Sue, it is not linear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, too. I have to apologize. The message I had sent to Toulouse was just to be ready to speak to the reductions. I didn't ask for the table, so I apologize for that.
So, Councillor Bronco, as soon as we get the tables in.
I don't, my question, I got the information.
Okay. While we're waiting, the mayor has kind of put out a little bit of a poll asking people what they were looking for in the upcoming election and what they would require from council. And one of the things that they did say was that their personal expenses are too high. and that regarded utility bills included with their taxation and things, so something to consider. Lou, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. At 16.5%, there would be a decrease in revenue of 114,000.
Slow down, please.
Yes, sir. At 16.5%, there will be a decrease in revenue of $114,750. At 16%, there would be a decrease in revenue of $166,654.
And what was 17?
At 17%, it would be a decrease of $62,845.
Thank you.
Do you have a 17 and a half as well?
I'll have that to you right away.
Oh, okay.
At 17.5%, it would be a decrease of $10,941.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. With the decreases like this, we always talk about if we decrease revenue, we have to, I'm sorry, to administration, we have to cut services. Now, what service, because we're going to lose this revenue, what service would we have to cut, or is that going to be brought up later in debate?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, if there's a decrease in revenue, when we do bring forward the draft 2026 operating budget, council would have the option to either fund that with taxation dollars or to determine if they would fund it from an example being the stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'm actually in favor of this with a few concerns about what this means and where the money is no longer coming from. Because of whether it's the hospital or any other government buildings, we're not able to collect taxes from them. The only revenue that we can collect from them is utilities and the franchise fees, whether it's the Fortis or the ADCO. So I have concerns about this, but I also understand that we are near the top at 18% as well. So I will support at 17, but do know that that money will have to come from somewhere. Either we'll be increasing the tax side, or reduce a service, or from the stabilization reserve, or wherever the money has to come from. So, but I do understand that I think it is something that the taxpayers are looking for, a little bit of a break. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. I'm trying to follow the logic in this whole process, and I'm missing it. We talk about raising the franchise fees so entities that do not pay taxes now contribute to city costs. Increasing a franchise fee to get money from those entities to help offset the costs drive also up the taxes for the general resident, making it less affordable for them. Decreasing the franchise fee offers immediate relief to the taxpaying public and still have not addressed the issue of entities who pay nothing to the operation of the city. So my question is this: is there a way to increase the franchise fee to the maximum so that those entities that do not pay currently would be paying more into city coffers. But we take the money that those entities haven't been putting in and are now putting in, and ensuring that reduces the individual taxes to those residents who pay that tax. And in that sense, we get more for those who don't or haven't been contributing, while still affording the residents a decrease in their rates.
Who's going to answer? Sue?
I will. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, although there's no direct correlation between the two, what council could do is if you increase the franchise fee, the increased amount could be sent to a reserve that council is in charge of that is dedicated to specifically to reducing the tax increase. But again, I think that only really benefits the taxpayer if the budget holds the line and there's no other changes that are required, because it could easily get skewed, I guess, with some of those other pieces.
Thank you. My concern is what Councillor Branco's concern is. If all we do is, through the motion, reduce the rate for everyone, it doesn't really impact any of the entities that don't contribute now. And when we get into the next operational budget, then we say, how do we find the resources to cover off what we've lost in the franchise fee, or we do have to cut services?
Mayor Gannon?
So my rationale behind going down 1% is that I think it was 2019, the provincial government cut grants in place of taxes down to 50%, which costs the city about $60,000 a year. Through advocacy and lobbying, we were able to get the grants in place of taxes brought back to its full amount for next year. So this year it was brought back to 75%, and next year it'll be back up to 100%, bringing it to around $60,000 that the provincial government will now be paying for properties they own within the community. So there's the $60,000 that would offset the two, which is why I thought at 17%, lowering at 1%, doesn't change the amount of money we're still receiving from the provincial government. The other thing to consider is that when we're getting into taxes is that while assessments continue to go up and the development growth that we're seeing also increases the amount of tax the city is receiving, and I think that through the development and the growing pains that the city has had, being able to offer that 1% decrease in the franchise fee also helps with that. And so if we put it up to 20% in your example of taking from the properties that don't pay property tax, that gives us $248,000, which is about 1.3% of a tax increase. And if we were to get, and I hate speculating, but I'll say that if 5% of what we're receiving in that franchise fee is $13,000 coming from properties that don't pay tax, which is a very insignificant amount of a tax rebate back to the rest of the regular public. And so I am a big supporter of making sure that those franchise fees are in place so that we are collecting from those properties that aren't paying taxes, but at the same time, it can't happen for our utility rate payers who are also paying property taxes as well. So a decrease of 1% gives us $62,000 less, but we will make that up in the grants in place of taxes for 2026.
Sorry, may I continue?
Yes.
So you may have sold me on this. So in speculation relative to percentage growth factor in our operational budgets, where do we foresee ourselves at that point? This past year was what for growth, and this year we're anticipating what for growth as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we just had discussions with our assessor on this. I'd need a minute to get back to council on that.
And what was our growth numbers last year, or this current budget year?
3.1.
Like in our budget?
3.1, I think.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, last year through our budget, I believe we went with an estimated growth of 0.5%, which came from the assessor, but we've also, yeah, never mind. I was thinking about the census, but that really doesn't have a lot to do with the actual residential growth, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Bronco?
Thank you. Hypothetical question. If we were to drop franchise fees, say, to 15%, just a hypothetical question, and we need to raise taxes, has anybody ever calculated the cost that we lose on the revenue of that 15, going to 15%? And we say we have to raise taxes. But what is the saving to the homeowner who's actually not paying that utility every month? Does that utility expense more than the increase in the taxes?
Through the chair to Councillor
You
Hilliard.
don't get what I'm trying to say?
Sorry.
If you have a $300 bill utility and we drop that by, say, $100 a month, and if we increase their taxes by $300, which is better? The increase in the taxes or the decrease in utilities? Which one can the taxpayers afford better?
Who's going to answer that?
Through the chair to council, I think both Toulouse and I will. I think the first part of that question is it's really hard to estimate because it's based on user. So what I use for electricity is different than my neighbor. There is, I think, a percentage that Toulouse can give you, but it's going to be pretty hard to know what each individual person is going to save. We only know how much the entire city spends.
Through the chair to Councillor Hilliard, based on the estimated calculations, it'd be about $5.
Thank you. Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think it was in 2022 where we were having the discussion about the Fortis franchise fees, and we raised it from 13.8% to 17% at the time, so we had a big jump during that year. But then we kept our ATCO franchise fees the same. And at the time, the argument that I made for not wanting to raise fees was because of the affordability crisis that we're in right now, and every little bit that we can give back to households, I think it's really worth it. So seeing the decrease in percentage is something that I can definitely support. I think that it's hard to remain competitive as a municipality if our franchise fees are maxed out, as well as us increasing our taxes. So I really do believe that even a 1% decrease is something that will help out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam?
So I go back to the grants in place of taxes. We're getting that grant back from the provincial government, which is essentially the equivalent of what the decrease would be to 17%.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. To Councillor Blatt's comment about the reduction and affordability, that all makes total sense. The critical part for this council is not just to then offset that by raising the taxes, because then we're back to what Councillor Branco was saying, is that you're really robbing Peter to pay Paul. So at that point, you've got to either, like I say, cut services or find efficiencies, whatever that is, or you're back to exactly where you started from.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen?
If I may, Mayor Gandam, I want to be...
Into your mic, please.
Sorry.
Into one of your mics, please.
You indicated that the taxes in lieu would be approximately what?
$60,000.
Versus the 62.8 that's being projected to go to 17.
And it could very well go up. At the time when grants in place of taxes were cut in half, It was
Based on the assessment?
costing the
Yeah.
city between $50,000 and $60,000.
Right. Thank you.
Anything further? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. We've pulled 10.3, the Housing Needs Assessment Update. Councillor Nielsen pulled that, so here we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on?
It is.
Okay. I never remember which way the switch goes.
So, do you want me to just proceed?
Le-
Or
Let's have a
are we presenting, or am I just going to be asking the question? I'm looking for clarification.
Please, yeah.
Okay, that would work best for me as well. Thanks very much for the, thank you very much for the update. So I want to be clear, we've had a number of conversations lately relative to deadlines and timelines and so forth. So that's where I'm heading with this. So based on your report, all the data has been collected and completed. The data analysis and a draft report has been circulated to your committee members. And I guess what I really am looking for is, you're looking for feedback from your committee and then revisions. Do you have a target date for when this council or next council, I guess it'd be next council, would see the final housing needs report?
Chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, we have the final revised report to go to council on November 10th. That allows 4 weeks for the working group to review it because they're all busy. So wanted to make sure they have time to give it a good.
That was my only question. I thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to make the motion to accept his information?
I will make the motion to accept this information.
Thank you. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. So now we're down to 10.5. Oops, sorry. Jacqueline and her consent agenda's messing me up, so okay. Drinking water supply study grant application.
Good morning, Council. So the purpose of this report being brought forward today is to seek Council's approval on submitting a grant application on behalf of Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated to complete a drinking water supply study. So the Wetaskiwin Water Treatment Plant was initially constructed back in 1979, and it's undergone 3 major upgrades over the last 46 years. In 2002, Associated Engineering reviewed our operations and provided a treatment needs assessment, which provided some guidance for a treatment system over the last 23 years. However, a new drinking water supply study is required to guide the community's water treatment needs for the next 25 years, address the aging infrastructure, and allow for financial planning to replace it at the appropriate times. With Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated being a municipally controlled corporation solely owned by the City of Wetaskiwin, the city is then able to apply for grants on behalf of Peace Hills Utilities. And to apply for this grant, a motion of council is required to apply for that grant. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, looking for a motion. Councillor Blatz.
I move that council approves administration to submit a grant application to complete a drinking water supply study in Wetaskiwin.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, was there a motion or was this approved by the Peace Hill Board to be brought forward to council?
Through the chair to council, this was discussed at the Peace Hills Board. There was no formal motion made at that meeting. I wanted to be able to get the city's approval, I guess, to apply for the grant and then have a more fulsome discussion at the Peace Hills Board.
Anything further, Councillor Billingsley?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Nielsen?
I guess I'm surprised that this is before the council, and while the Peace Hills utility may have been informed, there is no motion from Peace Hills utility indicating that they have made this request. So I'm surprised that it's here.
Thank you. Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Do we know how much the grant we're applying for, and if there's going to be?
It's estimated 150,000 and the grant would cover up to 90%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the, through the chair to administration. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked Jacqueline earlier, Kathy. Is there a deadline that is needed before the next council is elected and/or / the Peace Hills Utilities Board is formed?
Through the chair to council, the deadline for this application is in November. So depending on, I guess, being on a new council agenda, may or may not have met the deadline for this application.
So through the chair to council, I won't be supporting this, not because I don't believe that this motion, but not because I don't believe that the grant is unneeded, because I desperately think we need to be finding grants for our clean water, as well as we've been looking for other water. Right now, I want to make sure that this goes through the Peace Hills Board, that they understand fully what that is as that board as well, and the new members of both council, and it is likely that the Peace Hills Board, or possible, will have new members, as the 3 council members are all up for re-election, and we don't know what that board will look like either. So I want to leave it up to the new board and new council. Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen, or Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. When did Peace Hills, I guess you talked about it, but never, when did we know we could apply for this grant? It seems like we're pushing a lot of grants till the end of this month, so we can get it passed before, because next council may not have the time to read it or debate it. When did we know we could apply for this grant? Was it a month, 2 months ago?
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco, all of the provincial grants are due in November so that they can set their budget in March. It's annually, it's the same time every year.
But when did we know we could apply for this grant?
We've always known we can apply in November. All the grants that are available. It's a standard process every year to get these grants applied for. And normally if there's, the organizational meeting, there's no real business other than setting council business that day. And the next one would be November 10th. And these grant applications take quite a bit of effort to apply for. So we typically try to do them in September.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam?
Thank you. I don't want to get stuck on process for this. If we were to apply for the grant and be successful, that saves us $15,000, or it saves us $135,000 on a study that was going to be done. If we aren't successful with the grant, that doesn't mean that we have to do this study and it's going to cost $150,000. I think if we have the opportunity to save the utility company $135,000, I believe it's in our best interest to apply for the grant and then move forward following that, instead of getting stuck on the process of it.
Thank you. Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to administration. I understand the grants are, the deadline is November, but going back to Councilor Bronco's original question is, how soon could we have submitted an application?
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, we can submit any time between, I think June, they open up the next year's budget discussions. But typically we're told when they take the break for the summer, we're told which programs are being funded. This particular one, I think, has been up and down based on federal funding as well. So some of the Water for Life programs, they have to wait for the federal government, and then the provincial government has an agreement with them where they will open them up. I mean, we could apply any time, but they're typically just going to sit in the system until they actually open up the program. And September, October, November is usually when all of the applications go in.
And I guess the reason for my comment is that this conversation could have been had at Peace Hills Utility and a motion coming forward from that board. And while I can understand how this is an important activity, I question what is the value of asking to operate a board when the board isn't even consulted on this topic, other than they're informed that this is available, but there's no motion coming out of it. So I do think that process is important, or why have a Peace Hills Utility Board in the first place?
Sue?
And I'm not looking for an answer, it's a comment.
Okay. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion is lost. Thank you. On to 10.5. 22. Where did I miss now?
Councilor Billingsley has decided we're having a break.
Okay, we will break for 15 minutes and return at 10:30. Welcome back. We're going to move on to item 10.5, 2026 capital budget approval.
Hello again, Council. Council deliberated on the 2026 capital budget and 5-year capital plan on September 8, 2025. During the budget deliberations, Council requested information on 3 projects: playgrounds, renovations to Co-op Place, and storage for the board rider. Administration will be bringing these forward at a later date. Also, during deliberations, Council gave administration approval to proceed with including the following projects in the 2026 capital budget: road renewal at 1.9 million, sidewalk reconstruction and rehabilitation at 600,000, Arena 1 dressing room bench replacement at 31,020, mechanical equipment access / egress at City Hall 54,000, bulk fuel tank upgrades at 39,000, exterior attachment racking at 10,560, replacement of the ice plant and brine pump 38,000, bulk storage 6,720, replacement of entrance signs at 18,625, and City Hall landscaping at 25,000. The total project budget expenditure for the 2026 capital budget at this time is 2,947,925. This is to be funded by 2.725 million from grants and 222,925 from reserves. The split in the grants is the CCBF, which is the Canada Community Building Fund, at 1.45 million, and LGFF, the Local Government Fiscal Framework, at 1.28 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam?
I move that City Council approves the 2026 capital budget in the amount of $2,947,925, with $2,725,000 to be funded from grants and $222,925 to be funded from reserves. I've got a
Thank you. Do you wish to
question or
speak
two.
to that?
Yeah, please. Following this, what is our balance in the local government fiscal framework?
Through the chair to Councillor Hilliard, can I get back to you before the end of the meeting on that, please?
Other questions?
I would like to make an amendment to it, please.
You bet.
I would like to include $250,000 for the Co-op Place Air Cadet building.
Okay. To the amendment? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, then I guess I know that that was a dollar figure that was put into the 2027 budget allocation.
Why that amount?
Well, I'm having been in the building. Well, we all did a tour of the facility and realized the state that it's in. And would your intent then for this motion to be spend up to $250,000 to do what we can with it, or to fully address areas of concern and or deficiencies?
So a little bit of the backstory. I participated in the Veterans Walk yesterday, and I got a chance to spend about an hour and a half with Sid talking about the needs in that building, and they really can't get started on some of the projects that they have to get started on or to address some of the needs. They've met with our administration, which I thank administration for reaching out and doing that. But the $250,000 is to get them started, to get the work going so that they're not waiting either a few months potentially or another year or not being able to get started on that project at all. Recognizing the work and the impact that the Air Cadets have on our community, I think it's important that we fund their space and make sure that they're going to be able to continue on with that for as long as they can. In the space that's provided, and I think we've gone a long time without putting any money into that space, and I think it's overdue.
And I totally agree with everything you've said. My concern is what happens if the renovation costs exceed the $250,000 set aside.
Yeah. Again, getting them started on what their highest priorities are would be up to that $250,000, and I don't think I put it in my amendment, but if I didn't, it's to be funded through the local government fiscal framework, and then to be revisited again either next year at budget time or sometime during the year. Given that it's coming from reserves, it doesn't have a budget impact, and something like that can be dealt with mid-year and not at budget time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you to the amendment. All the things that you say about the importance of the Air Cadets to our community are very valid and extremely true. But I have concerns about the amount. That building has, as you said, has not been looked after for a very long time, and I'm just wondering, is it even worth to do anything with that building? Would we be better off to look at something else for them? And I'm a little worried that we're rushing into something and we're putting a Band-Aid on a very deep cut. And so I have no problem committing money to them, but I'm not convinced that that's the place to spend the $250,000.
That's a fair point.
So
How is the amendment worded right now?
Right now, for dedicating $250,000 to the reno at Co-op Place, funded through the local government fiscal framework. And I guess further to my conversation is that they are able to apply for other grants through the provincial and federal government, and giving them a starting point with that. Councillor Billingsley's point is taken very seriously in terms of the fact that maybe that isn't the correct space. And so I could amend my amendment into dedicating $250,000, up to $250,000 to the Air Cadets for a home funded by LGFF.
I think we need to vote on the First Amendment first before we can have the Second Amendment.
Can I change my motion?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, it is your motion, and it would be a friendly amendment to yourself.
I'm awfully friendly. My amendment is to dedicate $250,000 to the Air Cadets for a suitable home, whether that's in their current location or if we're working on getting them a new space.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just going to offer some help in wording that, but I think the mayor's done that. We were thinking potentially looking at a study to help figure out what the best location is for them, so that could be included in that. Yeah, I like the way that it was reworded. I was just going to try and offer some help.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
No, I'm fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Just, Councillor Bronco?
Thank you. A question to that wording, to help them find a place. What do you mean by that, to help them find? Are we paying for a study to find a different place or to repair that building? How do we find a place that we put a limit on $250,000? Let's say they find a place that's $500,000. What happens to that $250,000? Right?
They're only going to be given
Up
$250,000.
to, yeah,
For them to look for a facility.
potentially. It's only if the current space isn't going to be suitable for their needs.
And just through to the mayor, they were, in talking with Sid, they're willing to do some of the work as well, correct? Like he's a journeyman, so they're willing to put in some sweat equity into this project as well. Okay. Councillor Nielsen, oh, you're not finished yet, sorry.
I'll be voting against any, because I believe this should be the next council who decides if we're going to give more money or not. Maybe they need to look at it. They haven't seen anything.
We're voting on a capital budget right now, so.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
So does through the chair to administration, so does LGFF funding allow for, I'll use the word, finding another space in its criteria?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the LGF, sorry, which one was it? LGFF?
Local government fiscal.
They do allow for studies to be funded so long as they result in construction. So administration, when we're looking at something like this, we would look at what their needs are. We would look at the feasibility of the existing facility. We would look at other facilities, and we would look at potentially, I know we've thrown out a couple of different ideas of maybe like another pole shed out at the airport or something like that. So we would do that needs assessment first with the group, and then figure out what the options are, and then bring back the capital construction to council for final approval. And it would be eligible so long as it was attached to a construction at the end of it.
Thank you. And so, if that study indicated that the current facility is suitable to be repaired, renovated, additional renovation dollars could come out of infrastructure surcharge as part of a city facility.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it depends on the council of the day and their interpretation of the infrastructure surcharge tax, because it says building envelope. But it would it would qualify for other grant sources that we have at our disposal as well.
Thank you. But the infrastructure surcharge could not be used for the construction of a pole shed.
Not unless council
Changes
wanted
the-
that, correct.
Cover you, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, thank you.
So, from the chair to Sue, with the potential of two schools closing, and the fact that the school board may continue to operate those facilities if certain projects happen, would this be a possibility that the Air Cadets could go into one of the two schools that are closing, and then there wouldn't have to be a whole bunch of renovations and things?
Through the chair, that is an option depending on what the rules are around those schools with the recent provincial change in ownership, but it is something that we would explore.
Okay, well, my understanding is as long as the school board keeps it for community-type services, then the school board can still keep it. If they choose not to, then they have to sell it. Or the government takes it over, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Wayne, did you have your hand up again?
Yes, but it's now taken down. Thank you.
Anybody else? So we're talking to the amendment, first of all. The amendment was for the $250,000. Everyone's clear on that? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Now back to the main menu. Oh, I'm hungry. To the main motion that we approve the capital budget in the amounts suggested. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. And I would like to make an amendment. I would like to add up to $750,000 coming out from the infrastructure surcharge to move playground development into the 2026 budget.
Would you like to speak further to that?
I sure do, thank you.
Okay.
And again, it's along the same lines, I guess, as the mayor was speaking about the Air Cadet building. We have decommissioned all or parts of many parks in our community. I believe parks are part of creating neighborhood and creating community and supporting families with younger children. And if I could quote from the city manager's monthly report, one of the challenges that she's identified in September 25, challenges are the unsafe playground equipment removal has caused some concerns for residents who don't like to see the empty lots. Now the unsafe equipment has been removed, the program will focus on ensuring budgets are approved for a timely replacement. And I think a timely replacement is in the most upcoming budget period and not delayed till 2027. And I know it was part of the conversation that was going to come forward to us in November. We have over $6 million in infrastructure surcharge, and we have decommissioned a number of parks, and I would like to see those parks put back to appropriate use within their respective neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. My understanding is part of the reason why this was pushed to 2027 is that we were waiting for a report on the playgrounds. My question then would be, will the report be ready for 2026 to be able to implement this $750,000? And if it wasn't scheduled, can it be?
Sue?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the report is scheduled to come back in November. I believe we've actually done all the reviews and it's ready to go. The timely discussion that I had in there was meaning moving forward, we wouldn't just come at looking at total removals and then replacements later. We would look at them in conjunction together so that this doesn't happen in the future. Yeah, so the report will be here for the next council, and there's obviously still time to approve anything at a later date as well.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam?
Thank you very much. I wholeheartedly support that. When I had initially brought the playground issues up, however long ago it was, that was my ultimate goal, was to make sure that we had set up a better area, better utilization of our space. One of the comments made in an area was that there aren't many kids in that area, and the report had highlighted that, and it was going to be turned into a green space with park benches, and so still a place to be able to recreate, but not necessarily a playground. So I'm very much looking forward to the changes that we're going to be making to the playgrounds in our city.
Thank you. When we met with the youth council, one of the concerns that came from the youth council was that most of our facilities are at the east end of Wetaskiwin, and if they live on the west end of Wetaskiwin or the southwest, it's hard to get to facilities. So these playgrounds being replaced would allow them much more opportunity to have a safe space to play. So I'm in agreement with the amendment. Anything further to the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Motion's carried. Back to the original motion. Councillor Nielsen.
I just, with the additions that we've made of $250,000 and $750,000 being added, that changes the motion.
Yes.
I don't know how.
We just have to add $1 million.
And I guess be clear as to where the funds are coming from.
Through the chair to Councillor Hayliott, to Councillor Nielsen, we can fund, as brought up by the mayor, the $250,000 for the Hair Cadet building from LGFF. With the playgrounds, we have $366,000 of it can be expended from the LGFF as well, and the remainder from the infrastructure surcharge reserve. The total budget, capital budget now would be $3,947,925, and the funding sources will be, I thought I wrote it down.
I'm going to assume there might be some more changes, so I wouldn't worry about breaking it down just yet.
Yeah. Okay, it'd be 1.1 million from grants and still about 500 and some thousand from reserves.
There are no more changes allowed. We're going to move on.
Chair's prerogative.
Sure. All right. Anything further? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. In the request for decision about this, it shows information was the storage for the board rider. And I just need some clarification on this. If this is not brought up again, what's happening to that space?
Through the chair to council, our understanding is we would bring back an operating business case in November for the, I guess it would be the final look at the board rider space should council decide to not move forward with that. Is that what your question is?
No, no, not at all. Because I think that was decided, has been decided, and many times decided, that it's going to be an area for storage. So currently, is that what it is? And are you?
It
Will
wasn't.
anything change?
It wasn't storage for the board rider. It was storage, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
In that area.
Yes.
Yes.
Through the chair to council, the last information we got at the previous meeting was to bring back an option to look at storage that might include racking, shelving, and make it, I believe the wording was aesthetically pleasing.
Yes. That's correct. So that was just a question, Councillor Billingsley. It wasn't an amendment.
No, not at all. I need
Okay.
to think about this.
Anything further? So we have the two amendments, the $250,000 for the Air Cadets and the $750,000 for playgrounds. So those amounts have been, the amount has been changed by $1 million and funding sources have been shared by Toulouse. Are you ready for the question?
Not quite yet.
How long do you need? No, I wasn't being smart.
Well, I know that.
All right. Are you ready for the question?
It's not even the afternoon yet.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Billingsley.
I am struggling to blanket approve the capital budget just before an election. It kind of puts the wheels in motion of projects that may or may not be the will of the next council. Although all of these, in fact, all of them are coming either from reserves or grants. There is no impact to the taxes. But my concern is this going to be the will of the people who will be sitting at in this room 30 days from now? So I need to be convinced that this is the right thing to do to pass it today as opposed to waiting for the next council to pass it.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Suffice to say, I came in with the same trepidation when I came in today. I was concerned about those three projects. Two of the three have been identified as being important enough to be carried forward. I think to delay this, because it would have been my intention to see it delayed as well, to make sure we included the other elements we've added. But to suggest that we need to now sit on it until a new council is in place, to me implies that a new council now, in order to be informed, to make good decisions based on their information, means that they would they not need to go through the same process that we have just spent meeting after meeting after meeting going through to get to this point? So for any new council member coming in, they would have the same kind of questions that we had when we started this journey. And to me, it just means we tie up administration for another month, walking a new council through a new budget process. And I believe they will have 4 years to be involved in budget process after this as well, and put their particular stamp on it. I just don't think our administration needs to spend another number of weeks and or months walking a new council through this entire budget process a second time.
Mayor Gandam?
I agree with that as well, and I would also not want to be passing a operating budget. And I think for me, the difference between the operating and the capital is something that we have been working on, not just this year, but collectively over the last 4 years of this term, doing our budget engagements, reaching out and talking to the community, finding out the needs of our community. And while there's a new council coming on in a month, that doesn't change the fact that we still have a job to do, and I believe this is part of our job too. I wouldn't be passing an operating budget with a new council coming on, but I do absolutely feel like the work over the last 4 years, the work we've done with the community and the needs of our community are important enough to be passing right now.
And I would agree with that. We have been together for 4 years, and the priorities have been determined based on all of the background information that we've received over those 4 years. And these are the priorities that we have as far as what we would like to see happen, based on all of the input we've had from staff, the community, and I just feel really strongly that we should go ahead with this. Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. I am going down now to service level inventory, is that correct? All right. Down to 10.7. Sue?
Thank you very much to the chair and council. I know this has been a very long process. We've been going through service levels for quite some time, and I'm really excited to be able to present the final document to council for approval. I would like to take the time first to acknowledge that we are only the second municipality in all of Alberta to be able to do this type of work. My team has spent an enormous amount of time to make sure that we've gotten this information together for council. And I just really want to acknowledge that because we are definitely hitting above our weight. Larger and more sophisticated organizations do not even have this information. So we're very, very proud of this. This service level inventory serves many purposes as noted within the RFD, but to me the most important, I believe, is that it ensures council is making decisions related to service levels that are in alignment with your strategic goals, and making sure that the public has a deeper understanding of the existing service levels, and therefore they can make suggestions to council on what they actually want to see changed. So this has been presented a couple of different times to council, so I won't belabor each of the details, but I am certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have. We are looking for final approval of this. As per council's previous direction, any changes to this would be done by the next council.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the service level inventory as presented.
Continue.
First of all, a comment to administration. Thank you. By looking through this document, and I know the countless hours that were put in by administration into this, it's been very much a challenge, at least for me as a councillor, to wrap my head around all the different services and what this document should look like. I think it's really important to any of the candidates who are running for either councillor or mayor to understand the importance of this document. That this does not get lost upon another study, whatever you want to call it, so that this is a truly an important document to be able to, for us to go forward and identify. The current levels of service are identified into this document. From there, then, we also then can either make changes, either increase, decrease, and that will affect the budget, because we all want things, and they're identified here. Do you want more of that, or do you want less of that? And what's that going to be the cost? So this is a very important document, but it's far from complete. And I think it's really important the community understands the importance of this document. So thank you, and don't let this die.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. And I echo everything that Councillor Billingsley said. But through the chair to administration, just if you could summarize for me, please, what would be the process now where a new council and/or administration creates change? Is it through strat planning? Is it through goal setting? Is it through policy or bylaw development? I'll leave it there.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the levels of service as presented here today will be part of the new council's orientation, and we will be spending a lot of time showing the correlation between budget and the service levels that are provided and how much each service level costs. We would be looking for council to give us guidance on what they want to explore further, because of course we couldn't put every single detail into each line item. We would be asking them to look at options. So, you know, what would you like us to consider changing? And then we can go away with each of the service levels and come up with different options. It could be an increase to the service, a decrease, contracting it out, reimagining how the service is provided. So we would be looking for that feedback during orientation, and then we would actually bring it back to a council meeting to get a motion of council to direct us which ones to explore. And then that discussion would happen during budget, hopefully, but it can happen any time throughout the year and then would affect the following year's budget.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott, and through the chair to administration, I was going to say everything that Councillor Billingsley said, and I'm going to add that please don't think that you're hitting below your weight. Wetaskiwin is led by a strong administration that makes us think differently and do things differently that is within the complexities of this city. So we are hearing a lot about change, and we are hearing a lot about progress, and that takes time. So thank you for the work to help get us there so we can look at budget-based inventories and priority-based budgeting and all that stuff that we've gone through for 4 years. That's really just what I wanted to say. I'm so proud of you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aberley. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Opposed?
No,
Did you have a question?
It's fine.
The mayor should, the chair should never ignore the mayor. Did you want to add something? Seriously?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Should never ignore the mayor. Item 10.8, Artificial Intelligence, AI, Policy C0-960. I guess Richard's here to enlighten us. Welcome. Sorry, Tyler. Morning.
this loud enough? Thanks. Apparently being loud enough that you don't need the one specific mic is good enough. So thank you. Financially, tools will be funded with existing budgets. From a risk standpoint, this ensures decisions remain human-led while allowing us responsibly explore the benefits of AI. Changes in this draft from previous added definitions about types of AI and proprietary information, added predictive AI analysis into permitted tasks, added to approved AI tools to endeavor to minimize environmental impacts, and cleaned up grammar and spelling throughout the document. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the Artificial Intelligence Policy CO-060 as presented, and I have a comment.
Continue.
Thank you. Through the chair to Richard, I just want to say thank you. I noticed the part in here about the environmental impacts, and so thank you for taking my comments and putting this into that policy. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Richard, in regards to that, what does that mean? It states the city will endeavor to select AI tools that minimize environmental impacts. What does that mean?
So what that means is the city will, right now there's a lot of misinformation and information that is in regards to what the actual impacts are. So the idea is to move forward in an actual analytical and process review of what is fluff or snow, as I like to call it, versus actual impacts, and then how are we impacting and deploying this in a reasonable manner to actually make it so we can apply the AI in our practices in a sustainable way.
And I guess where I...
Just, excuse me, but Jacqueline would like to add further to that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, in addition to what Richard said, when we go out to procure and onboard different AI programs, we'll have a series of considerations, and so we'll consider things like, you know, security integration within our systems and also environmental impact of that program. Some programs may do things like carbon offsets, etc. So we would incorporate that into our selection process.
Continue.
So, and that's where I was going with this. So in other words, when it's goes out for tender or however the process is, it'd be scored. So in other words, price might be 40 out of 100 or whatever it is, and then the environmental impact would be whatever percentage is determined by administration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to Richard, thank you so much for including all of the recommendations that were made at the last meeting. I think we're really venturing into new territory, certainly for us, for the city, as we move into the age of AI. And I want to make sure that we are doing justice to the process. And so any of my comments are not intended to be critical at all of the document. As an AI neophyte, I'm particularly interested in this, but also particularly concerned about the rabbit holes it could take us down. And one of my recommendations was to ensure that we had annual audits. And I see in the document that under oversight and monitoring, it indicates the change in red is that AI usage will be reviewed annually. And it goes on later on to say, we reserve the right to audit AI-generated content and usage. And I'm worried that that is potentially not enough as we embark on this journey. So I did my own AI search, sort of. Anyway, and what I found out was that when various institutions talk about annual audits relative to AI, it's very, very specific, it's very detailed, and it's very directionary. And I don't know if some of this stuff needs to be captured in policy or whether it's procedure. But for example, what I was able to glean in terms of audit requirements, some of the terminology that came up was verify compliance with the actual policy to ensure that we are doing what we say we're going to do. We actually assess the data quality and accuracy. We look at error rates and test for bias, and that there's an annual AI audit report that's produced for council and for the public, as the public is impacted by this as well. And out of that AI audit comes recommendations for improvements or retraining, and establishes timelines for corrective action, which are just some of the elements that this particular, that I was able to glean from my search. And so I'm concerned that on the oversight and monitoring, we have, I don't want to use the word glossed over, but very minimally said, yeah, we're going to sort of check on AA and how we're using it in the organization. And I worry that we need to be more specific and make a commitment, I guess, to what's deemed to be a full audit. I don't know how this is captured, and maybe I turn to administration for that. But for me personally, I can't support the policy as it's written, as it relates to the oversight and monitoring. And I think we need to be really clear in how we're going to make this work in our organization for our staff and for our community, and be able to convince our community that we're doing the necessary diligence through audit processes to make sure we are doing what we say we're going to do. And I climb down from my soapbox now.
Jacqueline?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, administration does hear your concerns, and we do have a plan to draft out several different directives to guide this process. And the fact that the policy could be approved today does not mean that everybody in the organization is going to run off and hop on ChatGPT to draft policies, etc. We are going to control the process. So for example, as we start rolling out analytical AI, for example, it's not going to be that anyone can just go off and get their tools. It's that we're going to start with case studies for, that are driven by need. And then we're going to see how that works. We're going to do our lessons learned, and then we're going to adjust our directive. It's going to be a very policed process. As a municipality, our risk tolerance is very low, and we are governed by a lot of strict privacy legislation. So we do have full intention on drafting out what those processes look like administratively.
Thank you for that. I guess my response would be simply, and I don't mean to be trite, simply policing it rigorously as we unfold the policy, to me, is not the same as an audit. An audit says at a certain period of time in the process, the organization looks within itself and says, how are we doing? What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What needs to change? Now, I understand you're saying we will do that over time as we push this process out. I get that. But at the end of the day, as a counselor or as a council, I think I need to hear here's the things that we have done to ensure that this policy has been utilized properly, it's been assessed annually, it's identifying flaws in it, and setting new directions for its use, and that the community can trust what we're doing with it. And so I appreciate, Jacqueline, the comment about we're going to work hard about policing it, but in the end, I think there needs to be a report card.
Richard, did you want to add anything to Councillor Nielsen's question?
Jackie said exactly what it is. There's lots of procedures that are going to come into place, and this policy really outlines that the city and council will be moving down the AI policy. And as the audit and everything evolves with everything in this field, that will also change everything at how we react and what we audit, because there is the audit process really identifies when people are not compliant. And that's where that comes in. People say they're going to be compliant, and the audit catches where the information actually lies, how the tools are being utilized, and that will be identified through procedure, as Jackie said.
But my point being here, I don't see anything here saying that we will conduct an annual audit and report back to council. It says we will review annually AI usage, and we reserve the right to audit. At no point in here does it say we will conduct an annual audit and we will report to council on its process.
Do you want to make an amendment?
Sure. Just as I stated. I would move that, I would make an amendment that under oversight and monitoring. My amendment would read under category number 6, oversight and monitoring. I guess under section F, there will be an annual audit and a report prepared for council identifying what?
Non-compliance? Sue?
Recommending timelines, recommended improvements and timelines for corrective action.
Just let's make sure Jessica has that.
I'm just making it up as I go along.
I know. Jessica, did you get all that? Okay, thank you. We'll make sure the motion states what Councillor Nielsen, and then we'll go to Sue.
That meets my needs, thank you.
Okay. Sue, did you wish to add, or Jackie, did you wish to add to that?
Through the chair, thank you. No, we were just going to try and offer some help, but the motion looks good.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley. To the amendment.
Yeah. Do we need to define what an annual audit is?
What an annual audit is? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like what is it that?
We have one in finance.
Which is totally different. This is more a procedure, right? But I'm following the policy. So
what I'm hearing is that the kinds of queries I put forward as to what it might include is something that they would be incorporating, administration would be incorporating into a procedure. And I guess all I'm asking for here is you identify in your procedures what an audit is, and that procedure, I guess, would come to us for at least review. And that at the end, administration would conduct an audit based on the principles within the procedural guidelines. And I'm asking for recommended improvements and corrective timelines, if there are any. So I'm not specifying what the audit would consist of at this point.
Okay, fair enough.
Councillor Billingsley, continue.
And I guess my question then would be to administration of doing an annual audit. Is that doable? Is that something that fits in the realm of time and resources?
Sue or Jacqueline, you both look like you want to speak.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes, we have planned to be able to resource that.
Thank you.
I see AI as being somewhat ever-changing as we go along in time, so I imagine there will be amendments to this as time goes by as well.
To the chair, that is correct.
All right, to the amendment that we have before us. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Okay. Back to the original motion as amended. Councillor, or Mayor Gandam, jeepers.
I just want to know if the policy was written by AI.
I actually,
He wasn't serious, so
It had human oversight.
We'll audit it next year.
thank you, Richard. Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Sue, that 5010 42 Avenue, that was next on, is correct?
That was for new business.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. At the last council meeting, I declared a notice of motion, and I completely forgot about it, and I'm wondering if we could have that.
Once we get to new business, you can
Once
just
we
add
get
it.
to add that to new business. If we're there.
Sure, okay.
I don't think we're supposed to.
So we're going to go into closed session now, and we added that one item from Councillor Billingsley.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All in favor? Welcome back. Could I have a motion that we come out of closed session? Gabby? All in favor? And we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock. Does that give everybody enough time to eat? Why are you shaking your head? Sue?
Mr. Chair, if we could have at least an hour, staff need to leave and
Yeah.
go eat lunch and then come
I
back.
guess staff would like to eat too. Okay. All right, we'll reconvene at 25 after 1 then. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We had a good lunch. Now we're going into close session again, correct?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, Jessica? Welcome back. I would like a motion to come out of closed session, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All those in favor? Motion's carried. We're moving into new business. Item 15, is there anything you'd like to add to new business? We already have tax relief for one property. Anybody else like to add something? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'll speak to my notice of motion in regards to budget 2026.
Budget 2026.
And for 15.3, I'd like to add land sale.
Land sale for 15.3. Sue, did you have something you want to add? Oh, Councillor Billingsley?
Yes, and then can I add 15.4, public Wi-Fi?
Public Wi-Fi. Do each of those have to go individually?
Yep.
Okay. All right, anybody have anything else? Okay, under 15.2, budget. All in favor of adding that to new business? 15.3, land sales, all in favor? 15.4, public Wi-Fi, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Sue, you had the tax relief one. I'll turn it over to you or to Lou.
Thank you. Tax roll 160150 is a property that was acquired by the city through tax forfeiture. This property has since been sold. However, it was appraised and then sold at the appraised value, but that leaves a balance of $2,540.86 left outstanding on the tax roll. My request is that council approves the write-off of these said taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council directs administration to write off the property taxes in the amount of $2,540.85 on tax roll 160150.
Okay, moved by Councillor Billingsley. Discussion? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Item 15.2, budget. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a little bit of direction to administration in regards to the budget discussions that will happen in November, and being able to provide the new council with some information. So my motion will read that City Council directs administration to provide council with level 3 information, electronic and hard copy for budget 2026 by October 30th of 2025. Absolutely. Council directs administration to provide council with a level 3 information, electronic and hard copy. For budget 2026 by October 30th of this year.
Is that what you wish to say, Councillor Billingsley?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Any discussion? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, land sales. Mayor Gandam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a motion drawn up? Perfect. Thank you.
Would you like to read it out loud?
Yeah,
Mayor
I was
Gandam?
just reading it in my head first
Oh.
to make sure it didn't say something that I didn't want it to. I move that council directs administration to complete the land sale of industrial land identified as roll 360010 and portion of roll 410010.
Is there any discussion? Excuse me. Are you ready for the question? Those in
Sorry,
favor?
Mr. Chair, just one point of clarification. This keeps in mind the caveat of the length of time for a development permit to be issued?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, it does. That is an administrative side of it. And so originally the motion had that in there, but I took it out because sometimes it's the standard for the city is 2 years, but sometimes developers are fine with 1 year. So we'll negotiate through both sales.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Public Wi-Fi, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'll just read off the motion in regards to the Wi-Fi. And it basically, well, I'm going to read it. City Council directs administration to password protect the public Wi-Fi in all city facilities.
Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley, could I ask or go through to Sue? I'll let you ask your questions first. Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Chair Elliott. Through yourself to Councillor Billingsley, if we have a password for public Wi-Fi, once you know said password, you could use it. So I'm not 100% sure the purpose of this, how it's written. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
I don't envision this hiding behind just a password. That part of the reason of this is some of the vagrancy that's happening that are with having public Wi-Fi. And this would be more administrative if that password then became basically commonplace and no longer, the password could always be changed. But to me, that's more administration would handle that. And if it doesn't fix the vagrancy problem that we're having from there, then we could always just open it back up. I just want to find out if this is going to fix a potential or a perceived problem.
Continue, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure because that I understood. So thank you. And I won't be voting in favor of this because I do not believe that issues that we may be seeing in and around our city buildings are based on whether or not people are being able to access the Wi-Fi when people are not working. And I also do not want to exclude, in general, the people wanting to be near our facilities, even if some of them are open and have our citizens, our community there during times that are quote unquote not regular business hours. So I won't support it, but thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. I hear you indicating you would like to see this happen to determine whether it creates the kind of impact you think that it might impact in terms of the vagrancy and so forth. And yet, this motion does not have any limitations to it. It's basically saying, shut it down indefinitely as long as there's a password attached to it. And I'm not sure that, I guess I'm questioning, is that what you're trying to create here?
For me, if administration came back to council, whenever that would be, saying we've either solved the problem or or at least fix part of the problem, or it hasn't done any of it, then we can always turn it right back on again. If you want to make an amendment, I would certainly support that, to putting a time frame to see if this does solve any of the problems.
Not at this, not at this stage, no.
Councillor Bronco?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, a question, does students who come from the high school sit over here at lunch, they can access our Wi-Fi, correct? It always seems that our intention was really good with this Wi-Fi, to have it in arenas, swimming pool. But we also seem to punish those who have good intention to use the Wi-Fi because of a few bad apples. It seems to be a thing among us. We punish the good citizen because of a few bad apples. I'm going to have to say I'm going to vote against this, because no matter where we go with the Wi-Fi, we're always going to have some bad apples who use it for, you know, hanging around here or not. But there are good people who come out here, maybe come out, relax on the weekend and use our Wi-Fi. So I think I like to see it stay on.
Thank you. And my feeling is the same. I just think with, we're starting hockey season, we have activities in the co-op rec center. We have swim meets. We have a number of people come to our community who but probably may need, if their family's at home and things. So I think that we should try other things first, if there is something else we can try. But I would not support this motion either. Thank you. Mayor Gandam.
And I would agree with that as well. I think, as I've asked for before, of having a more proactive and engaged community peace officer corps, that if we do have issues of loitering in public spaces, that they're engaging with those individuals and we're not punishing people who aren't creating problems. Now would have to do without the Wi-Fi. So again, I ask that our CPOs are more engaged.
Thank you. Anything further? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Councillor Blatz, because it's your very last motion that you can vote twice. That's okay.
That's super fair.
Okay, we're not done yet. On a point of privilege, I'm going to, Councillor Blatz has something to say and I have something to say, and we're both going to talk. The rest of you can't, because you're running for re-election, and that would be like campaigning, and that's not allowed, even though this is our last council meeting. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Gabby first. She can cry first. And
I've been crying.
Oh, you have to shut the mic off.
Ah, thank you. No. Oh. God, I'm sorry, guys. I wanted to get the words out first. All right. So I didn't prepare anything because I knew that I wouldn't be able to get through it anyway, so there was just no point. So I'll just do this as much as I can. Okay, so in 1933, Margaret Krang won as a city councillor in Edmonton, and she was 23 when she won. And she became the youngest woman to ever win a municipal seat. And she held that title right up until I won. So I am 6 months younger than her, and so I ended up having the privilege of taking over that title. And it's one of those things where you want to serve your community, and you're very, you want to find ways that you can do well and to be the voice for people that don't have a voice. And I think that I never thought that I'd have that privilege. I love this community a lot. I love the people in it. I love everything that I got to be a part of, because in a lot of ways this has changed my life. And I think that this has opened up a lot of doors for me that I never would have seen before and my family hasn't seen before. And being able to talk to the people that I've been able to talk to and get to explore the whole community and learn so much about all the great people that are here has been the opportunity of a lifetime. I got to be a part of a national board for the past 3 years that helped combat climate change, and I got to travel to Tunisia and talk about Wetaskiwin and how great it is here, and talk about Indigenous rights on all levels, and just be a part of every single event that has been in this community, and be a part of FCSS and be a part of the library board, and get to see the incredible work that everybody has done. And when I was 22, I would have never thought that at 23 I would be able to do something like this, and being able to be a part of this has been incredible. And I'll never take it for granted, the amazing opportunities that I've had here. And I love the city more and more every day that I'm a part of it. I want to thank my council colleagues who are here. Dean, I have learned so much from you about budget and like finances. Like I said, I knew nothing about that when I came in here. So you were so great when I first came on council in 2019, and you helped me through my first budget, and you helped to answer all of my questions, and I had no idea what a spreadsheet even looked like, so you were really helpful. And I just remember there was one really hard day that I had where somebody said something that was totally sexist, and I told you that, and you're like, oh, come on, it's 2019, why are people still saying stuff like that? And it made me feel so much safer just to be around you, so thank you. Joe, honestly, like, we have had so many differences, but the thing that I love the most about us is that we can fight in council chambers, and then you're gonna get me a jar of salsa out there. And but you made sure that, like, you knew that I really liked your squash salsa, so you made me more of it, and it was really sweet, and we honestly have had so many good laughs with each other, so I really appreciate that. Bill, there's no greater advocate for this community than you. Like, you are incredible, and you are such a great cheerleader for this community. Everything you do is always grounded in the fact that you want to do better for this place and that you can see the potential, but you also really love the history. So I really look up to you with that. Wayne, happy birthday, by the way. So you have really taught me that you can ask any question. It doesn't matter if you just need extra clarification, if you need to take extra time to understand something. It's really helped me in my growth of like knowing when to ask questions, because I think especially in the beginning I was really scared to sound like I don't know what I'm doing or that I'm being silly by asking things, and you will always talk about your soapbox that you're getting on, but you actually made it so that then I feel comfortable being in the environment that I'm in right now, and that there's no stupid questions. Because you are just, you will ask them all, and I love it. Karen, on my first term, there was no other woman on council with me, and my second term was the first term that I had another woman. Jeez. Yeah. You just taught me strength and resilience, and the fact that, like, you've helped me become a strong woman and a strong advocate. So I really look up to you. And you will always be somebody that I really, really look up to with how you love this community, and you came into this and you always find things to do to make this place a better place. And I've vented to you so many times and you just let me go off, and I really appreciate that. And of course, Tyler, I left you for last, and it's because you are somebody that I really admire. Your leadership through all of this, through COVID, through everything, has been incredible, and I didn't really know how to lead in the beginning of this, and I feel like the reason why I've become the leader that I am is because of you. And you always talk about positivity and making sure that everybody talks about this community in a great light, and I think that there are very few people that feel that way sometimes, and so being able to talk to you and vent off my frustrations and being like, I feel like everything is just going downhill right now, and you're always like, no, it's not. It just feels that way, and that really helps me out of my spirals. To administration, all of you have done such incredible work for this community. You are all just amazingly smart in your positions. Sometimes you guys tell us things and I'm just like, I don't even know how you came up with that, but that's amazing. So it's been an honor working with all of you, but I wanted to specifically point out two members of administration specifically. One is Karen Body. For those who don't know, she's our she works as our government relations person, but also as our executive assistant. And throughout all of this, it was really hard for me to even get my mind around like going to a hotel by myself for the first time. And she really held my hand through all of that. If I didn't know how to check in, she would always be there, and she would always make sure that I knew where I was going. And honestly, anytime that I, especially in the beginning, needed someone just to talk to that I felt like was on my level, she would always come over and make sure that I'm doing okay, that I can call her anytime, and it really helped me through a lot of the hard times. And Sue, like, you are amazing. So, like, the thing is that there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of disinformation about our CAO, and I want everybody to know that she is the most incredible person. She loves this community. She works hard. Like, no one will work harder than Sue. And it killed me inside the whole time that people would ever say anything bad about her, because she doesn't deserve that. So anyways, all of that to say, but yeah, my first AB Munis conference, Sue wasn't our CAO yet. She just worked for the city, but she also, she took me under her wing immediately and like carried me around everywhere. I was terrified. She just made sure that I was never alone and that she was always looking out for me. And I don't know where I'd be without her, because I think that a lot of the things that I have done in this has been because of her. So, and then to the community last, thank you for electing me. Thank you for the time that we had. You're all amazing, and thank you for believing in me as much as you did. I will always be around. And there is an election coming up, and honestly, there is a lot of fear there for me. There's 23 names that have been put forward, and of those, only 5 are women. And only a couple are racially diverse, and I don't believe there's anybody under the age of 30 that is on that list either, and so I do worry that there's going to be a lot of voices that won't be heard, a lot of people that won't be represented in our community anymore, and that is something that is a worry for me, and I just want to make sure that people know to research every person that you're going to be voting for, and just know that positive voices are what you need in this community in order to drive it forward, and just look for the people that are advocates and they're real cheerleaders for this community, because that's what's going to bring people here, not negative voices. So, thank you.
Now you can breathe.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Just to follow up on what Gabby just said, there's a slogan in Ontario about elect with respect. And further to what Gabby was saying, work on the positives of what each candidate has. You don't get raise yourself up by putting somebody down. So those of you who are campaigning in our community, please elect with respect. I wrote something down because I can't talk without notes. And this is not my eulogy. When I moved here 53 years ago, I had no intention ever of being in politics. That was, Wayne, probably you the same. We were here to do a job in education. And anyway, but as I reflect, first of all, I would like to say thank you. And I'm going to say thank you to my wife, Arlene, my kids, and all the family. Like firefighters, I missed many family functions due to council obligations. And I thank them for their understanding. And to my friends, you saw some of the old timers here today, for their help and support. It's amazing that just a little phone call or a little text will kind of lift me up. So I'd like to thank them as well. To the former council members and the former CAO and the former city staff. And the former staff, we became good friends, and some of them are still my friends today. So I really appreciate all of them. And as Gabby said, to the citizens for their support. Also the county councilors and the chiefs and councilors from Musqueam. We've all worked well together. We're getting better as the years go by, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to go through you each individually like Gabby did. She did a very good job, and I'm not going to do that. I just want to say how much I appreciate the current council and how hard we've worked together over the last 4 years. It's been enjoyable as we've learned and grown together, and I'm going to miss your distinct and quirky personalities. I wish those who are running in the upcoming election, I wish you good luck. I really do. As Gabby said, we need leadership in this community who understands what's going on. Thank you to Sue and the city staff for your continued dedication to the city of Wetaskiwin. People don't know what you do. We know a little bit of what you do, but we don't know all that you do. But you are very definitely dedicated to the citizens of Wetaskiwin, and is very much appreciated. And I would also like to thank Karen Body. She was glue. She is glue. She keeps us together. She makes sure that we do things as correctly as possible. Sometimes we get twisted off, and she finds us a way home. And I appreciate that. When people ask me what I like most about being on council, I say people and being able to help them. And when they ask me what I dislike the most about council, I say people. And I really mean that. People who choose to share incorrect information instead of the truth, or instead of checking for a source that will give you the truth. And so, and the keyboard warriors, they have made life quite miserable for all of us in this room and all of us in this building. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, he said, you can please some of the people some of the time, and most of the people most of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. And those of you who are running for council, you have to remember that, because you're never going to please everybody. The most challenging decision, somebody said, what were your challenging decisions? The one that was probably the most was our reorganization a number of years ago when Don Montgomery was mayor. And Don Montgomery and Dale Unland met with all the different staff in the previous city hall. And so many of them were terminated at that point in time. And they were friends, as I said. And that was probably, I was ready to resign from council. It was that challenging. The liquor bylaw was one that was quite a challenge. We had a few city hall meetings with business owners, and changing the curling rink from 8 sheets to 4 sheets. Most of you were all here, weren't you? No, and then we made the other 4 sheets into the gymnastics club. And now everything is going very well. But it was tough. The Hope mission decision was a challenge to all of us as well. and the budgets. No matter what we do, no matter what services we try to provide, we can't very often lower taxes. And it's hard, it's a challenge for all of us. We passed the capital budget today, and then you're going to go into the operating budget. And the council does understand the economics that's going on in our community. We shop locally, we see people, and that is probably the most challenging thing. Things that the many councils and staff over the years have done so much to improve the quality of life in Wetaskiwin, and here are a few of them, but the building of the Manlik Regional Aquatic and Fitness Center, that was a 4-3 vote. Like, we almost didn't have it. By the Lake Park, if you can believe it, that was probably I was in so many meetings trying to convince people we needed By the Lake Park. I was soaking wet from perspiration, and I was red in the face, and people said, "Never seen you so red." And there were people who were against By the Lake Park as well. The liquor bylaw, I think, was something positive for our community. Our RCMP asked for it, council asked for it. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the year of Truth and Reconciliation that we had, all the different things that we've done towards reconciliation, and how our community in Muskogee came together to support the TRC. I was there, and all of the cupcakes and birthday cakes and everything, because residential school survivors never celebrated their birthday. So they brought all these treats, not just our community, but other communities. And I bet you we sang happy birthday 15 times, 20 times during those sessions. It was just so powerful. And I really hope the new council will continue with reconciliation. I know Mayor Gandam has worked hard with our friends from Muskogee, and I hope the new council will do so. The Main Street reconstruction, that to me was when we saw the 100-year-old pipes that were underneath the ground, and we actually saw what they looked like. Yes, Main Street had to be reconstructed. And I think it's a highlight of our city. I did not do any of these things by myself. We did it together in the past and now, and we have to fight for what we believe, and we all have to fight for what we believe. My hope is to leave, seek first to understand has been my mantra for most of my life. Try to listen before you speak. And my life has been trying to make Wetaskiwin a better place now than when I started. And I would say to all citizens, again, I'm paraphrasing, but this is John F. Kennedy said, ask not what your city can do for you, but what you can do for your city. There was a cleanup this weekend. Carapace had a cleanup. 20 people showed up out of a community of 13,000 people. So ask what you can do for your community. Thank you all for 32 wonderful years of serving the citizens of Wetaskiwin. It has been great, and I'm going to continue to be a volunteer in the community. I can't not stop. If I did, my wife would probably have another place for me to live. So I'm going to continue. So as I ride off into the sunset, I will think of you. I will maybe come to some meetings and bother you if you are on council then. But thank you so much for everything. It really has been a really good ride of 32 years. So thank you very much. And with that, I will declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you all.